This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome everyone to the live African safari bush. We're now looking at elephants in front of us, and it's been a little bit hot today, but this afternoon I'm not alone. I've got in Djuma, Steve and Lauren, and in Tswalu I've got Josh, and Pride Land I've got Mike. So these are the other guys that are going to be with us this afternoon and will be joining us. So welcome everyone to the African Safari Bush. Yeah, these elephants look like they a little bit hot, I mean to say. As you can see, that very light color on their backs. So they've been trying to have a dust bath to cool themselves down. Even though it's overcast, it's a little bit hot today. So I'd like to welcome all our viewers at home. Please join me, Dai Koza and Mpo behind the camera. Would like to take you through this African safari bush. And then we're looking at elephants now. As you can see, there's one young one drinking from the mother. And then these animals are covered with sand because during the day when it's hot, the animals will go either wallow in mud or have a dust bath. That's what they did, this animal, because you can see a sort of different color on their backs. So they've been throwing some sand on their backs, trying to cool themselves down. As you can see, they're also standing close to each other. That helps sometimes. They'll be flapping their ears every now and then to try help each other for cooling. As you can see, the young ones are bundled very close to the parents. I think these are not the only elephants. There might be more elephants behind them where they're standing, but we can't just see. It will be really nice if they can start to move from right to left. If there's more elephants there, we might be able to see more elephants coming, because it's also nice to see elephants, more especially where they are, because if they start crossing the road, then whoever would like to know how many elephants are there might be able to count them one by one as soon as they start crossing the road. We hope they're going to start moving now because it starts cooling down a little bit. They might as well start to graze before the sun goes down and then go look for water, because that's the daily process for these animals. They'll feed in the direction of water and then get some water and carry on grazing and browsing, because that's what they eat. Browsing, I'm talking about eating leaves. Grazing is eating grass. Sometimes they'll eat the roots from the trees as well as the bark, wild fruits and berries, but there's not many berries now that they can find, so they rely more on this beautiful grass that you can see in front of us on both sides of the road, and there's some beautiful vegetation that these animals will eat. Every now and then they'll choose which trees they prefer to eat the leaves. And then some trees will just eat the leaves, some trees they'll just eat the roots, sometimes other trees they prefer the bark. So that's what these animals will eat most of the time, and show how selective they are on what they eat. We're just gonna sit here for a while and hope they start to move, crossing the road, maybe able to count how many are there. See, they're slowly getting active. The one is digging the sand again, throwing the sand. So a little bit of dust going up. There we go, up in the air. This small one is starting to move. As you can see, the mother is flapping the ears, trying to cool herself, because they have lots of Yeah, we're just going to sit here for a little while and watch these elephants. While we're sitting here, I'm going to go over to Steve and see what Steve is finding for us down at Djuma.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. My name is Steve, joined by Morgan on camera, and as always, delighted to have you with us. We managed to track down the lions again this morning, and they just were in the block from where we are now. So we're just driving into the last position to see where they've probably moved to. I anticipated that they might be heading towards Gari Dam, but the moment they weren't at Gari Dam, we checked that first. So I'm just going to follow this game path down. There was a tree just behind us that they were sleeping under. So there's two places they could go. Well, three really. Gari Dam, the water just down here at Chelapan, or back up north to Buffelshoek Dam. All depends on how thirsty they are. I don't think they will have gone too far, but in the weather like it is today, nice and overcast, it's nice and cool, there's a very good chance that they could have hunted again, which means our job this afternoon of finding them is going to be difficult. That's all right, we don't mind a challenge. They've just gone straight down to drainage here. Okay, well, it is a lovely overcast day here today. Let's go see what the rest of the properties look like as well.
Welcome to andBeyond Phinda, everyone, where Odie and I have just managed to find some lesser moorhens, which is a very uncommon bird to find here on the reserve. So we have, unfortunately, just lost it behind some long grass, but we'll just try and hang around to see if it does come out again. We saw initially, there were three of them. It looked like a... There's one just come out. Wow. So you can just see it just probing in and amongst those water lilies. For food, they'll eat little insects. My name is Angus, and behind the camera today we have Odie. It's really, really great to have you all join us here for your live safari on Phinda. And we did manage to get a very rare glimpse of one of those lesser moorhens. I can just see through those sedges that, here's one, just come out. And there was a little chick following what looked like a mother and a father. And I did manage to get a view of the chick just through those longer grass. So hopefully if we wait a minute or so, we'll be able to see it. It just looks like a tiny little black, like a baby chicken, basically. Wow. This is very, very special. And the reason why, well, we know it's a lesser moorhen because of the color of the bill. So you do get a more common one called a common moorhen in southern Africa, and the bill's a lot more red. It's the easiest way to tell the difference. This one's also a little bit smaller. Oh, I can really see the little one now. It's amazing. Just want to stand up. Yes, Storybook, this is a beautiful watery habitat. And the amazing thing is that after all the rain this year, this is usually completely dry. And all these water lilies would have all come out throughout this season only. So it's amazing. During the dry months, this is not even here usually. And that's the reason why we get these lesser moorhens now coming through in years like these when it's very wet, is because they like these type of habitats. So this is actually the first time I've ever seen this bird. And a lot of us here at Phinda, well, most of us will really try our best to see as many new birds as possible, especially if it's in our own backyard like this. So I'm really, really, really excited. And just a beautiful scene as well. There's a ring-necked dove calling. Jack. They walk on these lily pads by spreading their weight over as many of the lily pads as possible. So I'll show you in the book, because we can't see them at the moment. Let me just find that right page. So if you look in the book here, you'll be able to, this is a lesser moorhen. That's the bird that we're looking at now. And if you look at the length of their toes, see they're very, very long. And those toes then allow them to spread their weight over a few different lily pads at a time. And of course, they're also very light. So if you look at them, they weigh 135 grams, which is not a hell of a lot. So that in combination with those long toes, it helps them just spread their weight over quite a large area, and that'll help them stay afloat and walk around on those lily pads. Incredible. So I was starting to mention earlier how they'll be feeding in this little pan system. They'll be walking around on those lily pads looking for any insects that'll be floating around on the top of the water. They'll also eat seeds of plants. So I suppose you could call them omnivorous. I really do hope that they come out again. But I'm very grateful for being able to show you a very rare glimpse of one too. There's also a rattling sister killer calling quite close by. So Odie and I are going to go and look for some cheetah that was seen very close by this morning. We are going to send you over to Tswalu. So long. See, this is what I deal with. I get stuck in a car with him for 8 hours a day.
Hello everybody. Well, the lions have moved, so we're going to have to work a little bit harder this afternoon to try and figure out where they've gotten to. Water is normally what they look for, or food. So let's just check north of us here if they've gone back towards Buffelshoek. I don't think so. They've probably gone down towards the river, down towards the drainage. See for some tracks. As said before, on a day like this, they can actually be quite active. So all the effort put in this morning to track them could start all over again. Let's ask that Impala over there, Morgan, lying in the road, if he's seen some lions. He's going, no. No lions have come this way, not in a little while anyway. Uh-oh, he feels like he's being watched. Oh, sorry to make you stand up. We're very far away. We haven't influenced you at all. He's just camera shy. He's like, oh, hang on. Let me just make sure that my bottom is in order. Very important. Make sure that that area is nice and clean. There we go. Now he's looking his best, licking his lips, ready for his profile picture. Back into feeding. And off he goes. So we shall carry on. I doubt they've gone this way. You never know. I reckon they've continued on. They might even have picked up on the smells and sounds of the buffalo. That's my first thoughts. What's that way? Let's just have a look. Any tracks coming in this direction? I wonder if we've lost everybody there. It sounds very quiet on the other side. We've lost the lions and we've lost everybody else. Lovely, relaxing Monday afternoon. Oh, sorry, Morgan. It's a little bit bumpy. Hello, Alice. You want to know who's got the best camouflage? It's really hard to say. It all depends on where they are and how successful they are, what environment they're in. Bitterns or dwarf bitterns, very camouflaged. Serval, leopards, many of the birds we have here. It's really hard for me to give you a number one. There are so many different types of camouflage. Kudu, Ngala. It's all about, does it work? And if it works, well then that is doing exactly its purpose. So I don't know if there's a race to see who can be the most camouflaged, but definitely in a species race, it has led them, many of them, to become incredibly cryptic. Snakes, for example, some vipers, some puff adders are incredibly hard to see. Some spiders, some insects. Many adaptations have evolved to allow these organisms to disappear into pretty much nothing, but always very well adapted to their environment.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Chitwa's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner, and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Very dramatic scenes so far here with us. We are sitting on the eastern edge of Impala Plains, and we've actually come here because we had word earlier today that Lagatha the lioness was in the area. Hi everyone, my name is Mike Anderson, behind the camera is Johan, and this is Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy. And just as we got to the plains, on the other side of that tree line there, a whole bunch of zebras, impalas and wildebeest started freaking out, and they all ran off in an easterly direction. And I suspect that lion is somewhere in these thickets here. Now there are two vehicles that have also arrived on the scene after all that commotion, so we're just keeping our distance at the moment, but we came here to find a lion, and I think she's in there somewhere. It's really exciting. As we were walking here, we said to each other we better walk slowly and keep our eyes out, because she loves this clearing. She loves coming here to hunt because there's often lots of game here. And all the game was in the drainage line. It's been a cool day, a little bit windy, a little bit gusty, not really strong wind or anything. But I suspect that she's been using the drainage line to stay hidden as she moves in an easterly direction from Leopard Dam, where she drank earlier today, about midday. And she's been looking for hunting opportunities, and with the wind blowing from east to west, it would have been perfect. They would not be able to smell her coming if she was coming from the western side. So it's a perfect place for her to ambush these animals as they try to cross the drainage line to come to the clearing. But anyway, we're going to stick around this area for a bit longer and hopefully get lucky with this lioness or something around this area. And in the meantime, we'll send you over to Lauren, who's looking at a bird's nest.
Everybody, I am so excited to introduce to you the battle-eared chick. I have been sitting here squealing. This is the first time, this is the first time we've seen this little chick. I have been waiting and waiting for the arrival of this little baby battle-ear. Can you believe it? I'm overjoyed. Since coming back, every single day I have tried, and we finally got lucky. My name is Lauren, and I do have Davy on camera, and this is a really precious moment. We've been honestly waiting for this. I've never seen a battle-eared chick this young before, and we're actually positioned in a different place, aren't we, Davy? I've never thought of this angle before because it's not the easiest nest to get a view of. It's really high up on this knobthorn, And we've always seen the female, but she's feeding right now. She's tearing something up and feeding it to the chick. You see that? Oh, hello. Aren't you sweet? They only have one chick at a time. Patience always pays off in the bush because we've really been waiting for this moment. And you know that's the female. You can tell it's the mom from the bands on her wings. But her monogamous partner, the father, will also help absolutely in the care of the young. Darcy, you're so happy we can see the chick. I know. I've came here every single day and I've been a little bit disappointed, to be honest. I mean, the incubation period is 55 days, so that's 2 months. And I've been watching the female on this nest for quite some time now. And finally, we can see the chick. Ah, this has made my day. So sweet. The mom's just tearing apart whatever wonderful dead animal she has, and she's just feeding it to the chick piece by piece. Duffy and I were contemplating trying to get closer, but I actually think this might be the best angle. And it's very common for bacheliers to actually feed their chicks snakes when they're very, very young. Snake is a perfect sort of meal. The male will actually pass it to the female, so it's most likely the male, I obviously don't know, but it's most likely the male that's caught this prey species, whatever it is. He partly swallows it, which sounds a little bit disturbing, and then feeds it to the female, and she regurgitates it and tears it up for the chick. And it's so lovely to see a little bit of movement in that nest. She's tearing away with her beak, gripping with her talons. I think this is the highlight of my day, really. This is really, really wonderful. We can also see some elephants, so we're going to head over there. But you guys are going to head down to Tswalu, so Josh can say good afternoon.
So folks, we are watching some lion yoga. This male had contorted himself into quite an interesting position. But always an incredible start to the afternoon with the king of the beasts, even though I do not foresee huge amounts of activity from either one of the brothers. Good afternoon, my name's Josh, and behind the camera is BK, and we'll be sharing the beauty of the green Kalahari with you here at Tswalu Kalahari. Looks like the big guy's on the move. Do think there is a lot of biting insects, giving them a few problems. Doosh. And like that, there goes the king of the beasts. Dunk. Do think we've definitely got 2 knockouts there. So a few days ago we were lucky enough to spend a couple of segments with the youngest generation, or the newest generation here at Tswalu, and now you get to see the dads. Incredibly well camouflaged in that grass. Always nice to spend some time with the king of the beasts. Oh, there we go. So Alex, it really does depend if it's hot or cold, if there's mountains in between and the sound is being refracted. But in general, most will agree anything up to about 5.5 to about 6.5 kilometers. If it's very cold, they can be heard. Some will argue and say anything up to 8. Personally, I kind of sit on the 7-kilometer mark if it's cold. But once again, you're always going to have a little bit of difference with literature. There's very thick manes, giving that distinctive Kalahari look. Definitely think every now and then one of them's getting bitten by potentially a lousefly or something in the ear. It's the only thing that gets them up so quickly, I'm convinced. But as you can see on that face, it tells quite a story. Some nice battle scars. So, we've just been asked, what pride do these males belong to? And the answer is very simple. Both. So a little bit of confusion here. But because all our males are bonded, they're able to move between both the northern pride and our southern pride. So, as such, they don't have the territorial issue so much that some individuals do. Their only real battle will come with their own young when they reach dispersal age. Definitely think we found the dozy pair at the right time. As you can see in this long grass, very easy to miss them. But for now, folks, while we leave the king to his afternoon nap, we're going to send you across to Mike, who's on an afternoon bushwalk. Enjoy!
And it's a bushwalk with a difference. So we just said to you, we were looking for Lagatha the lioness, and we said we heard lots of commotion and we wondered what was going on then. We've had confirmation about 100 meters away from us. Lagatha ran out of the bushes. We couldn't see her. There was tree lines in front of us, and she tried to catch a wildebeest, a zebra, or an impala. And in that group were 2 tiny zebra foals. I suspect that's what she was going after, just beyond the tree line. Now, when she ran, she chased them up above where that tallest tree is over there. She chased them up there and she followed them. So we're going to try and walk in that direction just now. She was so clever. As I said, she was using the wind to her advantage. The drainage line here, animals on the other side, the wind is blowing towards us. So those animals did not know she was there at all. It was just pure luck on the animal's part that they must have just caught a glimpse of her as she was running up and they managed to escape. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk there and maybe look at the tracks and signs of where she ran out and chased them. It could be really interesting to see that. Now, obviously, game viewers have figured out what's happened and they're busy following her right now, so we can't necessarily go there to see her, and we don't want to interrupt her. She's still on the right side of the wind. The animals have run that way, she's on this side of them, and so she's still got the wind in her favor. The long grass, the rocky area, still lots of opportunity for her to hunt successfully. And we know that she's an excellent huntress. So what we're going to go down there and look at her tracks and signs to see if we can piece together the story of how it all happened. So while we do that, we'll send you over to Lauren.
These two boys are having the best time wrestling one another. We're still underneath the batelier tree. Huge herd of elephants, but these two boys are just not giving each other any peace. It sounds like the go-away birds are also not giving each other any peace. Boys will be boys in any species. They've been tussling, they've been wrestling, they've been pushing. There's actually elephants all around the car. Do you know, Davy, is this the same herd from this morning? If you look at her. Yes, it is. It's the one with that really long, straight right tusk and the short, curved left tusk. It's the same herd. I love being able to identify an elephant herd. I don't think she's a matriarch by any means, but she's easy to identify. Tiny baby. Alex, you are 9 years old. Look at this tiny little one. That's so sweet. And you're asking, how much water does a young elephant drink per day? To be honest, it all depends on the age. Because the bigger they are, the more water they need. And when they're young, they're not very good at using their trunk. So sometimes the mother will actually get this. It's a conga line. It's a conga line. Saying, who's that strange creature on the vehicle? Heather, you love how baby elephants use their trunk. I know it's so clumsy and it's not very coordinated at all. It's a lot of muscles that they're just not able to coordinate. But going back to the water question, sorry about that. A young baby elephant will not need as much as an older one. As soon as they start to get bigger, they'll need a little bit more water, because their digestive process is not that good. Now, an adult elephant they can pull about 12 litres in one go, in one suck from the trunk. And depending on the size and whether it's a male or a female, they'll need about 150 to 200 litres per day of water. Now, a young elephant can sort of remain in milk for up to 4 years, but they will start to go on to solid foods at 6 months. So around 6 months, it will need to start drinking a little bit of water. Oh, it's a little bit clumsy. So yes, I don't know how much in terms of volume, but they really won't need much when they're very, very small because they're still in milk. That was just so wonderful. What a great start to a drive. I think we're maybe going to try and keep up with this herd for a little while, and you guys are going to go across to Steve.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we found the tracks of the lions heading in this general direction. And look at that. The yellow-billed oxpecker and a juvenile. I couldn't tell the difference between a juvenile yellow-billed and red-billed. They both look pretty much the same, but obviously the yellow-billed has got half a yellow and red beak, whereas the red-billed does not. So this herd of buffalo is starting to stream to the drainage line here. We're very close to where the hyena den is, and I'm almost certain the lions are earmarking for this direction. Just lost their tracks a little bit off to the east of where we are now. They had indeed crossed the river and came down Twin Dams Road and then started heading directly west towards where these buffalo were. Whether they knew they were there, if they could smell them or hear them, it's hard for me to say. So if I can confirm that's the lion tracks?
It's the Ingwe Mafazi.
Okay, Kobe, thanks. So, just on the radio, because we've got others helping us to try to track down these lions. And someone's just found leopard tracks to the north of us. Vicky, they pick them off, hence the name oxpecker. They peck. They peck and pick and pluck and gorge and comb. Hello, fellas. They basically comb through the fur of the animals, and they actually will peck at them. They also peck the scabs open and feed on the blood. Well, I'm quite excited that we might have an interaction with the Telemati Pride and this herd of buffalo, because and they're right in the middle of Djuma. The direction that these fellows are heading is Chelapan. There's a bit of a pan system coming up. There's a bit of argy-bargy going on with the buffalo. And these noises will be detected by the lions if they're nearby. The last tracks we had were just around the corner. So we were going to come down here and see if they moved into this direction. The lions would basically instill a bit of fear in the buffalo. The buffalo behavior would be very different to what we're seeing right now. There'd be a change. We wouldn't see as many babies out in the open as we do. So let's find these lions, see what happens with them and the buffalo, and while we do so, we'll send you over to Tswalu Kalahari. Okay, well, it seems like you're still with us. Buffaloes, I'm just going to go down the road here quickly before all the buffalo come out. I don't want to influence them in any way. I just want to see if I can... The lion tracks are coming from that side there, so they might cross this drainage. Buffaloes and lion hunting. Lions hunting a buffalo. Different sort of story. Oh, hello, big fella. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you there. Go ahead.
Why are you in Ngala Private at the moment?
Rex, I'm just following up on the tracks. The tracks were on Ingwe Alley, halfway towards Philemon's. They went, I think, south. Just with this lumby of buffalo now on Junction, Pump House, Weaver's Nest. See if the tracks come out.
Thank you.
There's a dagger boy. Proper boys these. Look how relaxed they are, everybody. There's no issue here. And look at the muddy water he's going to drink. Watch him slurp it. See if we can see the water level go down. Huh? We're watching you.
He just crossed into business.
Clint, there's nothing gentle about these fellows. I can tell you that right now. Nothing gentle about these fellows. He is a beast. This guy weighs nothing less than 850 kilograms. That's 1,600 pounds. If he wanted to hurt me, he could hurt me. Thankfully, that's not what buffalo want to do. But if you get on the wrong side of him, that's all muscle there, Clint. Everything you see is muscle. And a bit of mud, of course. And some poo on the backside. Muscle, muscle, muscle. Okay, well, we're going to try to track down these lions, but the buffalo are making us a little bit slow progress, but let's send you over to Lauren with her eddies.
I think this is a big bull coming in, just by the looks of him, his body shape. This is a very large herd. We haven't moved. Most of the herd have moved behind us. But I think this could be a big bull coming in. And there's actually a bull skeleton from Angola who's now in Washington Museum, who measures well over 4 meters in shoulder height. That's 12 feet. Look at that swagger. Got the moves like Jagger, this one. I think that was the two bulls that were fighting. aggressive fighting. A lot of the older bulls who are at the stage of being ousted, they're coming into their first sort of pseudo-must. Testosterone's all over the place. They're just boisterous. They just want to prove a point. They just want to shove each other around. It's not full aggression. When big males, have a real fight, it can be very aggressive. They can kill one another with those tusks. Totty girl. There we go. Sorry, we've just got an elephant behind the car that I'm keeping an eye on. You're asking at what age do the tusks start growing? Normally around 2 years old, the tusks will start growing. They also have milk tusks, which the youngsters will lose, and then the adult tusks will start around 2 years old. But if you can see, Davi's giving you a wonderful view. The tusks actually start from just below the eye. So a lot of the tusk you can't actually see. They're embedded within the gum in a special little socket. So they'll start growing from there, and it's only once they start to protrude outwards that they become visible. And that's when we, of course, start to see them. So just like humans have baby teeth that fall out and we put under our pillow to get money from the tooth fairy. Mine was called Fairy Nuff. She was a lovely little tooth fairy. Baby elephants are the same. They also get milk tusks. Another big boy coming in. I think these two boys are annoying one another again. Just behind this female here. There we go, yep. It's the same two that were tussling just moments earlier. They're back at it again. Lisa, absolutely, they can. Elephants can feel vibrations through their feet. They have extremely specialized cells. They're mechanoreceptor cells, and you'll find them clustered together, really sort of high density of these cells at the tip of the trunk and also on the soles of the feet. They're sort of more densely packed around the toe area and the heel area. And these specialized cells allow for the elephant to detect vibrations. So they're communicating on levels that we can't even begin to imagine. And they're able to detect vibrations through a sort of phenomenon called the Brownian motion. And that's how the process works. That's what it's called. And the cells are actually called Pacinian cells, or Pacinian corpuscles, highly specialized and designed to detect vibrations, Lisa. Okay, doesn't look like we're going anywhere because we're absolutely surrounded by this wonderful herd of elephants.
Graham, I'm just going to see, there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's where I'd like to.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it? Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
For all of you WildEarth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
So we've got to the place where the zebras and impalas and wildebeest first saw that lioness. So if you look here, this is really cool. We can't find her tracks, but here is the track of a zebra. Now I know it's a zebra because it's got one singular rounded toe, and this is hard ground. Look at this. This ground is hard. I'm hitting it with my stick, and this zebra has managed to gouge a couple of centimeters into the ground and spray dirt about a meter, more than a meter, almost 1.5 meters backwards over there. So this is a sign that the zebra was standing still right here, and then it saw the lion running, and it just put all of its power and strength into a big kick to push itself as fast forward as possible. And there are more tracks over here. You can see also quite deep. So this zebras were really using all their strength, all their might to push themselves forward as fast as they can. The ground is hard, and a lion's feet are soft, designed to be able to move silently, and so they don't make a very deep impression, which is pretty amazing. So what we've got here is the signs of when they started running. And then she ran up that slope over there. Now, from where we were on that open plains, we heard the sound that sounded very much like squealing, like a small animal got caught, probably a zebra, to be honest. Now we were discussing with ourselves whether we're going to follow up that ridge. Apparently there's no tracks or signs of her coming out on the road on the other side there. And we had a discussion. I don't think it's a good idea for us to go up there, because she might be amongst those rocks right now trying to recover from making a kill, if she's made a kill. If we go up there, the outcomes will be variable. She might growl at us, in which case we've disturbed her. She might run away, because she's a young lioness that's a little bit unconfident, especially with humans on foot. Or she might feel very protective and end up actually chasing us, which none of those things is what we really want. So I've sort of made the decision that we're not going to go and follow her up that ridge there. It would be really cool to see if she actually has made a kill. But I think we'll leave that for another time, maybe with a vehicle to try and get there. It's a very rocky area. It'll be quite tricky. So these are the kind of decisions you have to make when you're on a trail. Is it right to do something? Is it not right? Should we be there? This is kind of like the boundary line that I've decided this is as far as we're going to go with this lioness. If we were walking down the road and we saw her, great. Or if we had tracks, great. Follow them until we find her. But we did see her. Evo, our backup, was standing right next to us, and he said, I saw that lion chasing. So we're not going to go any further. We are super happy that we saw that lioness chase, and here's the evidence right here. Fantastic. What an awesome experience on foot.
They just found a fascinating thing. I think they've both died together. I'm not sure these insects are alive. They are, of course, the net-winged beetles. Let me just properly examine what's happened here. I don't think they're alive. Oh, we got some movement. Yeah. Yep. Wow, I think they're mating. And potentially cold. You can see them immediately because of these aposematic colouring of that orange sort of, I'm obviously not going to touch here, but orange upper part, and then the black tips at the bottom of the wings. You can spot them from very, very far away. And I think this might be the slender net-winged beetle. Well, there's two of them. I'm just trying to see if you can actually see if they're properly mating. There's very little movement here. Something feels wrong. Of course, the sun is only just starting to burst through. We've actually got blue sky for the first time today, and I do wonder if it's possibly just been too cold for our insects. I've hardly seen any dragonflies or butterflies today. Okay, lovers, the honeymoon couple, we're going to put you back. Wow. How odd. Okay, I'm just going to put them back on the grass exactly where I found them and allow them to enjoy their time together. But the male does cling on to the female like that for a very long time. He doesn't want any other male to have access to her. So he clings on and he doesn't let go. Ravi, I think we've got some nice views here. The elephant herd have slowly moved off, but we've just got a nice visual here. You can see the blue skies, the sun's come out. Ah, it's glorious. Okay, we are going to move on from these elephants now, see what else we can find. Hopefully some spots, but for now we're going to send you across to Phinda.
Welcome back to Phinda, everyone. And finally, we have a couple of cheetah. This looks like a mother and her cub. If you look closely, the one on the left is the mother. She's noticeably bigger. See, her eyes are closed shut at the moment, but her ears are twitching around, and I presume she'll open her eyes again shortly. Cheetah are always very alert. Well, cheetah that are successful, like she obviously is if she's having a cub. She's got to the age where she's able to breed, and being on the lower end of the hierarchy of predators, they have to be quite alert about everything all around them. Notice her belly. You see it's bulging a little bit, so it looks like she's eaten recently. There isn't a carcass around her, but you can see her breathing quite heavily as well, which is usually a sign that as well as that belly shows that she's probably eaten recently. The cub's also breathing quite heavily. see if we keep the frame still, we'll be able to see it. So it looks like they've both been on a kill recently, and we can't see it around here, so it's likely she's moved off, which is usual behavior for cheetah, because I mentioned earlier how they on the lower end of the predatorial hierarchy, and that means a carcass would bring in a lot of attention because it smells quite a lot, and cheetah will usually eat as much as they can and then move off. Not necessarily a very long distance, but a kilometre or even less is sometimes enough to just get them out of harm's way. And they've found a patch of shade here and a beautiful bushveld saffron tree, and they're just taking it easy. That saffron tree now you can see in the right-hand corner of your screen. Burning lotus. I haven't ever heard of instances where cheetah have scavenged. They usually hunt. I mentioned how they'll try and get away from their carcass after they've eaten as much as they can, and the reason why I don't think they'll scavenge is a similar reason to that, because those carcasses that they would scavenge from would usually stink a little bit, and there'll also be attention of other predators around, which makes it unlikely for them to scavenge. The cat family are usually the typical carnivores that only eat meat. Some of the smaller members, like wild cats, will sometimes take insects, but usually cheetahs will only eat the meat of carcasses that they've caught themselves. Lions and leopards have been known, will scavenge. You can see how that cub has also got its head up and it's looking around, so it's learned from her mother. She is a female. And it'll be this stage of their life where they'll have to take in as much as they can. This cub's probably around a year old. And so she'll have to try and learn as much as she can before she would leave her mother within the next 6 months to a year. Adherence. Cheetahs don't usually move as a large group, so this female will probably spend the most of her life on her own, except when she's got cubs like this, and males will form coalitions. So in a group of siblings, all the males will live together for their whole lives. So the only groups of cheetah you'd usually find would be a mother with her cubs, or a group of males that would most likely all be brothers. Obviously, that'd also be seen as a pair if two cheetah were mating, but that's also very, very rare, and it's hardly ever that cheetahs mating have ever been seen in the wild. They seem to be very secretive about it. I think we might spend a little bit more time with this mother and her cub. For now, we're going to send you over to Ngala.
Wow, this is what's surprising and what I like about this African bush. Look what we found, like right on the road. We, by coincidence, were looking for a leopard and we got surprised by these lions that are lying on the road. But when we got here, they were all lying down, and all of a sudden in a direction where they're looking, which is south. There was 2 impala rams, sounds like a rutting, that got their attention. So they all got up at the same time. As you can see, they're looking in that direction. And then it will be really nice to see them going up. As you see, the 2 lionesses are yawning there. If they can get up and head in the direction where the impala was alarm calling, it will be really interesting to see. You see, the 3rd one is also doing the same, but unfortunately that one has gone back to sleep. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a good area to hang around, see what these animals do, because looks like they tried to hunt last night, but none of them look as well fed. And then just slightly to the right of the one on the right to the 2 lying next to each other, if you look further to the right, there's a male that's lying there. I'm not sure you'll be able to see because of the color of the grass. It blends in so well. He's just lying flat, but the females are sitting up and then showing interest on that impala that was alarm calling. So we might see them start to move not too long. As you see, the cubs are about to walk towards the mother there. Now, there we go. Not even the mother. It just went and pounced on the 3rd cub that is there that I was not seeing earlier on before that one ran and crashed straight into him. So that's interesting. This cub is going to start getting more active because the adults are heads up. So they know they might start to move not too long. So these cubs are getting playful now. If these females happen to go hunt, the males might stay behind with the cubs. And as soon as something happens, they'll all get up and straight towards wherever it's happening. And then it will be really interesting to see how the cubs are going to move along, catch up with these males, because these males are going to go in a very high speed to try and get to the females before they finish whatever they caught, because if it's something really small, it's going to disappear very quickly because they know the males are here. If they catch an impala, they might not even get anything with the male being here, because these guys will need quite a lot to eat. See, this one female is walking slowly past the vehicle. Maybe the others will be following her soon. Sorry, I didn't hear the question. Can you repeat again? Now, Sigrid, I'm not sure about that. I'll have a look, see if I can find your question. As you can see, these animals are up now, all walking past, and the cubs are following. Wow, I didn't notice or know there was a second male. The second male is just up now, sitting up on the left-hand side. So they looks like they're going to join the rest of the pride and carry on moving down the road. But the other one also decided to lie down, but he was stretching there. I thought he was going to go follow the rest of the pride. So there's two cubs, the two older cubs still lying there. You can see the one male on the left, he's lifting his head. I'm going to turn around because it looks like the females might be interested on something behind us that we cannot see. As you can see, the males are showing interest to follow them and see what they're after. Let's wait for this male to walk past, and then we'll turn around and follow these animals and see what the females are after. As you saw, they all walked past the vehicle and we can't see where they are at the moment, so it will be really nice for us to turn around and see where they're all going. Okay, I'm going to quickly turn around and face all these animals and see what they're going after. While we're turning, there's an impala that's giving a warning call. I'm sure the impala have seen the lions already. Just down the road, we're going to be heading there and see what happens. But I think once the impala have seen those lions, yeah, while we're following these lions and see what they're doing, because the impala is alarming, we're going to go over to Steve with the head of buffalo.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are with our herd of buffalo. They've started moving back west again. It's like they're looping. Do these sort of half moon, half circle movements. Rexon from Djuma's out about to help us as well with those tracks, and he reckons those tracks are very fresh. We know what that means. So we've got just the last couple of bulls at the back here. The rest of the herd, unfortunately, has disappeared into the thickets. They're heading directly west. They will come out onto Zoe's Road in a little bit. But I don't think those lions are going to be able to help themselves. They maybe moved a fair bit and then lay down. Thule male buffalo, normally females 15, 16, maybe 17 at the oldest. Males normally 10 as an old male buffalo. Obviously can be slightly bigger than that or older than that. As the buffaloes disappear, we're going to have to reposition, see if we can find some more for you. So 10 is an old buffalo bull. They're all going into the thickets there. But where are our lions? They're all going directly west. There was a whole herd here a moment ago. But, well, we're going to try catch up with lions and buffalo and send you over to Phinda and their cheetah.
Welcome back to andBeyond Phinda, everyone. And these cheetah have just moved a little bit. They got up and started moving, and then Mum lay down again, and then the cub also had to lie down for a little bit. Usually the mother will lead them around. So after she got up, it seemed like the cub was very excited to get moving for the day. And after her mum lay down, then she very reluctantly found a beautiful, comfy patch of grass to lie down in as well. Very much the same behavior as what we were seeing earlier, though. You can see their heads are both up. They're out in the open. And that gives them a chance to spot anything from quite a distance. And as a result, they can keep themselves safe. Cheetah are very protective over their cubs, so this mother will almost give her life to save one of her cubs. I've seen before when lions and cheetah have interacted a bit. Sometimes the mother will run quite slowly and actually go towards the lions to try and get them to chase her rather than her cubs, because she knows that she's a lot faster and fitter than what her cubs would be, which of course puts them in a lot more danger at some times. But as a result of that, she's able to keep the lions far away from her cubs and let them get away. And then as the lions get closer, she can use her phenomenal speed to just get out of harm's reach, out of harm's way. If we zoom out a little bit, I'd just like to point out her back legs. You can see all her limbs are very, very skinny. But have a look at the top of her back legs. You can see there's a huge muscle there. And it extends almost like the length of her body from where her knee would be. That's the first joint that you're able to see almost at the top of the screen. And that goes all the way back to her tail. That's a very long distance. There's a big muscle there. And you can imagine that in order to run quite quickly, they'll need muscles that are focused in the areas which would propel them forward, which would be their legs. So they don't carry a lot of weight on their bodies. Cheetah generally weigh about 50 kilograms, males and females being a similar size. Look how she rests her chin on the top of her shoulders as well. Actually seems like they're a little bit uncomfortable after having eaten what I presume would be this morning. It seems like she reluctantly stirred herself awake there. I think she thought to herself, no, I better just check quickly. Look how her cub's behavior mirrors hers. And I mentioned earlier how much the cub would have to learn from its mother in this early stages of its life. And it seems like this one's doing very well. I'm sure you've heard of those other sub-adults that have been on Phinda that didn't have the chance to really live out their first couple of years with their mother, and it seems like they've struggled to really pick up on the important survival techniques that this cub has learned. You can see there's some flies around its nose as well, and it's really, really twitching its ears. There's one on its left ear, on the right of your screen, and it just keeps on trying to flick it away. For now, let's just spend some time with these cheetah and see if they do start to get active. But we're going to send you over to lion cubs at Ngala.
Wow, if you look in front of us here, one may ask the question, do lions climb trees? Yes, they do sometimes, because lions' claws are retractable. They can go in and out. That's why they're capable to go up trees. As you look there, you can see there's two cubs sitting in that small tree in front of us, even though there's a small bush that's in front of them. You can't see them clearly, but they're there in that tree. Where you're looking, if you keep looking there, you might see them coming down that tree very soon, because through the bush there, you might see some movement. There's a mother that's walking in this direction. She might come and join them, because they were left by themselves when the females were trying to hunt. That looks like if they didn't get successful, so they're coming back to join the rest. They might lie down here for quite some time and maybe conserve more energy, wait for the sun to go down, and then they'll try again. Or they'll try over and over until they get successful. So those cubs are enjoying themselves in the tree there. So this is the time when the cubs become very vulnerable if the females go off to hunt, because they'll leave them by themselves and go off to hunt. If they're close enough, when they catch something, then the cubs will hear that and they'll get up and head in that direction. Otherwise, if it's too far where it happened, then the mother's going to have to come back and fetch the cubs and take them to where the food is. As you can see, look slightly to the right from where the cubs are. You can see the mother is approaching the tree where the two cubs are. And there she is. Sharpening her claws, and the other cub is playing with her. So happy to see the mother back, and then being joined by another one there. There they come. Watch and wait. There is 3 cubs, but you can hardly see the other one because it's lying in the long grass. But slightly, there he goes, walking direct towards us or towards behind the mother. So that's the 3rd one that's here. So it's 3 cubs that we can see at the moment. See what they're going to do. As you see, the mother is walking past. On our right, there's 2 other lionesses lying right on the road. So they're all joining now. As you can see, now 2 lionesses, 1 young female, and the 3 cubs together. Once that female that's standing up lie down, you can be able to see all the cubs. That there's 3 of them all together. There they are. She's moved out of the way. So all the impalas were in the direction from behind her, and then they moved away from these animals. As you can see, she's facing a different way from where they tried to hunt the impalas. That's where they might go from here, because they've tried the other side and they sort of like know all the prey species that side. They know there's lions in the area, so they might want to try a different place.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
For many years, WildEarth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
The sun is starting to turn everything very golden. That golden hour is about to begin. And I've moved about 200 or 300 meters northeast of where we had those tracks of Lagatha, that single lioness. And we found some other evidence of lions hunting here. I mean, I assume lions, but it could be almost any other predator. So this here is the horn of an impala ram. Now, I can tell it's been chewed on. You can see the frayed edges of this horn. The keratin is falling apart. So the impala ram was probably killed here. You know, there's lots of hyenas here, there's lots of lions and leopards. So this was the only part that's left. I can't see anything else. But what's interesting about this is that you can see the bone that sits in the middle of that is the actual horn. And then this stuff here is a keratin sheath. It's a special sheath of living material that goes around the outside of the horn and protects it, and it's actually being consumed right now. These bumps are the excrement tubes of horn moth larvae. So horn moth larvae eat the keratin. They don't touch the bone. The bone is completely untouched, but they eat the keratin fibers that are surrounding the sheath, only on the dead animals, not on living ones. You won't find them on living ones. Actually, I'm not even sure if that's true. I think it's only on the dead ones. So in here, the larvae are currently still growing, so I don't want to disturb them too much. I actually just turned this over to have a look, so I'll turn it back around when I'm done here. But it's really amazing when you look here. Oh, there's one on the other piece of horn. There's one over here as well. So you can see it's still attached. See that? And there's the end piece of the horn. Now this stuff is what differentiates antelope here in southern Africa or in Africa and the deer of Europe and America. Remember, deer don't have a keratin sheath covering a hard bony growth, the horn itself. They just have the bony growth with the velvety structure on the outside that falls off every year. It doesn't attach directly to the skull, it sort of grows off the skull. So that's the difference between antlers on deer in Europe and America and horns on the antelope of Africa. This must have been very painful when this happened. If it was broken off in a fight, very painful. If it was being killed, obviously very painful as well. I could only imagine what it would be like to be eaten by a lion. It would be awful. But these will never grow back now. If this impala is still alive, and this is just the leftovers of a terrible fight, this will never grow back. The impala will forever look like a unicorn. Just one horn on its head. It would be similar to me breaking my whole arm off. It would never grow back. It would just forever be a little stump. So that's really awesome. I'll just turn this over slightly. Shouldn't handle things in the bush too often. There can be all sorts of nasty bacteria on them. It's always important. There's a bit of white left on here. I'm not going to lick this one, although it might be some sort of salty leftovers. There is absolutely no way I'm putting this in my mouth. It's amazing how it's been degraded. You can see the holes here. This is from the horn moth larvae. So when a horn moth larvae has finished eating whatever it is and it pupates into the moth itself, it will make its way out, and that little cluster of dung which is made into a tube will actually fall off, and it'll be left with just this little hole here, which then can be inhabited by many things like spiders, other insects, beetle larvae, all sorts of different little things. But it's a nice little link to the fact that there are plenty of predator activities around this area. So another place which has lots of predators is Phinda, so we'll send you over there.
Welcome back, and not much has changed, as you can see. They're still in the exact same position as they were earlier. The sun is starting to set now. It's a beautiful sunset at the moment, or it looks like it's going to be here at Phinda. At the moment, remember I mentioned that bushveld saffron, that's between us and the sun, and the cheetah are enjoying the shade that it's providing him. Cheetah will, here in the warmer months of Zululand, often move around in the afternoon and in the morning when it's a little bit cooler. The middle of the day is very hot. But they are typical diurnal or daytime animals there. They have big eyes, as in with any cats, but not as big. Oh, she's up. Let's see how her cub is able to follow her body language. There are some wildebeest in that direction where she's looking. See, she's definitely spotted something in the distance. And they have very sharp eyesight, so it's possible that she spotted those wildebeest. Seems like her cub wasn't very interested in her getting up. Nana, yes, cheetahs do climb trees. They're not very good at climbing trees, but they do it from time to time. They can sometimes look a little bit clumsy. But the reason why they do it, they'll sometimes do it to... Oh, she's down again. They'll sometimes do it to try and get a vantage point if they're hunting. I've seen it more often in males than in females. But I do presume that females would do it if they are looking for something in particular. And it is a little bit more difficult for them to climb trees than other members of the cat family. I don't know if you've heard this before, but cheetahs don't have retractable claws, which means that their claws are always out. And this means that their claws are often a little bit more blunt than in the other cats because they're always rubbing against the ground as they walk. And I was actually, if you want to have a look here, now that they've lain down, I actually just drew a little diagram of how the claw system on Felidae, or the cat family, usually works. So you'll see this is the claw over here. And there is a ligament over here that would normally be compressed or closed, and then as the muscle on the bottom of the claws, I've shown in the bottom picture, pulls, so when the cat wants to pull its claws out, then it would just pull this muscle over here and that ligament would then stretch. So cheetah are able to pull their claws out more than usual, but they are still always out, so they can't actually put them inside a sheath. And I mentioned earlier how they do get blunt when that happens. So they do climb trees, to answer your question. But sometimes with not so much grace. I was really hoping that after she stood up that she might go and do something, but we mentioned how full their bellies are. So I think she might actually just be taking it easy this afternoon. It's likely, or it's possible, that she will still be here this morning. White mane, you're right. Those amber cheetah eyes are very, very gorgeous when she opens her eyes. That'd be great. You can actually see their eyes are usually quite dark, and it's difficult to get a lot of light into them. They're not as big as the eyes of those of leopards and lions, which are nocturnal animals. And the reason being is nocturnal animals need a lot of light to come into their eyes so they can see quite well after dark. I mentioned our cheetah are diurnal, so they don't have the same problem. Wow, such a beautiful scene. Have a look at those wildebeest off on our right hand side now. Such a beautiful scene with them moving across. And that's when she stood up. Remember how I mentioned she was looking at something? It was probably those wildebeest. Well, it was those wildebeest. I'm confident to say that. And I think it's just an instinctual thing. She doesn't seem very hungry. But having seen them, it would definitely have made her interested. Wow, it would have been incredible if she had got up. Maybe in about 1 day's time, she'll be a little bit more proactive in terms of trying to chase one of those wildebeest down. It's amazing how they can move through here without having any idea that she's around. And that's how the situation would work if she was hunting. She'd probably be able to have spotted those wildebeest, and as they go past that thicket, then she'd try and sneak as close to them as possible. I'm sure you've all heard how the cat family are all the typical walk and stalk predators. My favorite thing about cheetah is definitely that they're the fastest animals on earth. There's just something so special about being able to sit here and sit so close to them like we're doing and think, wow, this is the fastest animal on the planet. It's incredible. And to think how we see some of our fastest runners and it's so impressive, and then you see a cheetah run and you're just totally in awe. Just an animal perfectly adapted to living in big open areas and getting as close as they can to something. And they're really magnificent mothers as well. They can have litters of up to 6 or 7 cubs. I've heard of about 7 before. And imagine not just looking after yourself, but 7 other cubs. Her cub now is, I mentioned, about 1 year old. And imagine having 6 more of them to try and look after. She'd probably have to kill every day. And not small animals, she'd have to kill a fully grown impala or a big baby wildebeest. It would just be a whole lot of work for her, and it's incredible that they are able to do it. But having said that, cheetah are incredibly endangered, and it's important for us to try and conserve their habitats. Habitat loss is one of the biggest threats to all of the animals that we find out here in the wild. Beautiful sounds, the frogs calling, or the bubbling casina frogs. Gareth, yes, a cheetah would attempt to take down a wildebeest. Generally, it'll be a younger wildebeest, especially if it was a single mother hunting on her own like this one. But coalitions of males can sometimes take bigger ones. Here at Phinda, I know that 2 male cheetah actually caught a baby giraffe, which is a very, very, very rare sighting. I think it's only been recorded about 3 times ever. And a baby giraffe will be maybe a little bit smaller than a fully grown wildebeest. But it's really, really special to see that. Giraffe are born at about 100 kilograms. So it's quite unusual, just to answer your question directly, Gareth, it's unusual for them to take down a fully grown wildebeest, but I'm sure big coalitions of males might attempt it. Look at their smaller ears in comparison to cats like lions and leopards. Makes a bit of sense though, because they are diurnal, so they won't rely on their hearing as much as leopards and lions will, which would need every single one of their senses to be incredibly alert, especially on those nights when the moon is not supplying them with a lot of light. You can see how their tails also indicate their mood. So here her tail is very, very still. She'll flick it around every now and then. Just like domestic cats, many of you will have them at home. They're very, very expressive with them. At the moment they'll just be flicking to try and get rid of flies and move any irritations that might be crawling around on their bodies. Peter, I have no idea actually. I think they could be, just like animals like birds, which have little air pockets in their bones which are relatively hollow and quite brittle to help them be as light as possible to help them fly. Some would say cheetahs also fly. So I'll try and have a look for you, Peter, but I don't know offhand. I would guess as to say they're definitely a little bit more narrow. It's important for cheetah to be as light and as possible. So with narrower bones they'll obviously weigh a lot less, and that would help them run a little bit faster. And we were talking about how cheetah might be able to take down wildebeest with those narrow bones. Would be the reason why females wouldn't try their luck to try and catch some of the bigger prey species. It's important for them to also keep themselves safe, especially if they have a little cub like this one. You can see the shadows getting longer as the sun starts to set. You can imagine going through a night when you're a cheetah, so they won't typically move around after dark because I mentioned how they aren't adapted to being nocturnal creatures, so they're likely to stay here for the night. But that's when some of the other predators will be active, so she'll probably try and rest quite a lot during the day, like what we've seen here, so that during the night she can be as alert as possible. And with her cub being this age, I'm sure it could also give a helping hand to its mother. We've seen it also do, or take a bit of the shifts in terms of keeping alert and keeping her head up. And keeping still in this area will help them because I mentioned how it's open. If they're still, they won't be making any noise, so they'll be able to, well, hopefully be able to hear anything that comes too close. So we might leave these cheetah now. I think they have settled in for the day. They've eaten well today. We're going to send you over to Tswalu for an update.
We lost the screen. Now. Now. So folks, you find us doing a little bit of exploring and seeing what's going on. We've left the king, our two lovely Kalahari black man lions, and we're now in the far southern section of Lekgaba, having a little bit of a look at these mountains now. Still part of the Koranenberg, but much steeper than the section you normally find us around. We're just having a little bit of an explore and seeing what we can find, hoping for any tracks for the little guys, hoping to say that we can find our new lion cubs again. Always excited to spend time with them. But just caught up in the moment, looking at these mountains and a rather stunning view. So I think what we're going to do is start up and do a slow bumble, see if we can't find some more lion tracks and maybe, if we're lucky, some new lions. All right, sit back and enjoy. Oh, Land Rovers, as always, very faithful. She is an old girl, but she is faithful. So depending on where you are in the property, the Koranenberg can have massive hidden little valleys, as well as these false plateaus, which we find quite a lot of cheetah, leopard and hyena activity in. Obviously quite interesting, considering your cheetah is not exactly a mountain cat, but once you do a photo, you actually start to see areas hidden from us that are 2-3 rugby field sizes, that are completely flat and often have tiny mountains through them. So there's a lot going on in these mountains that we're not aware of, I think, or we don't see regularly enough. So we're going to slowly start heading back north and see where have these cubs gone. We know where they were 2 days ago, and we're hoping to just try and get an idea of where they are now.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Tswalu's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner, and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa day and night. Back in 1998, It was the very early stages of the internet, and all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
It seems like they are hiding in the block. So we're just going to drive straight on through, see if Mawati is available. And if he's not, I don't know if he left any meat there last night, but if he's not, we're going to come straight back to see what those lions are up to. One of those bumble afternoons where we're all over the place. But I was sitting today contemplating and I was wondering when are the woodland kingfishers going to leave? They're still around. They're still calling. Just saw one fly through the bushes there. It's going to happen just like that. One day they're going to be here, the next day not. So let's go see if more still here. Had a wonderful time with him at this time last. Let's go see if he's still around. He's just down the road and failing to go back towards where the ends are. The buffalo seem to be in this big straight back towards Sydney's Dam if they keep that trajectory. So that's quite a distance, not really that far, but that I don't know about. It's possible there is. Possibly has sated their thirst that way. Then again, they were drinking after dark last night, so maybe they're that kind of buffalo herd. They're night owls. They like to do sundowners after the set has set. Don't you think, Morgan? It's probably the case. Now, we were ensconced by that herd at around 7 last night.
We are on a chilly mission. We dipped our toes in Torchwood, but unfortunately it's just a little bit tricky for us signal-wise. But Tandy and Mareebs were both on First Rock together this morning, which was lovely. I know some of you all like the updates on where our leopards are. So they're definitely there. It's just a little bit tricky. So I think my plan for now is to turn back into Djuma, search a couple of roads that are a little bit less travelled and have had female leopard tracks on them, then check the warthog, and then go to the hyena den. How does that sound, Dav? That sounds great. I'm just checking. This is a sort of cut line between Djuma and Torchwood. It is always good to check if anything is crossing. And sadly, there's nothing right now, but it's always a really, really good place to check. When you come to a junction, stop, look all ways around that junction, and then look for tracks. Okay. So fingers crossed we get some lucky with tracks. This is a perfect time. It's golden hour. It's beautiful. It's perfect for photography. And it's perfect for the cats to get moving. Darby's put his jacket on. So that's telling me that it's getting chilly. I'm going to try and breathe it out a little bit longer. It's amazing. Just 2 weeks ago we were sunbathing and now, whew, winter is here. It's soft sand like this that's in front of us right now that's perfect for picking up tracks, especially fresh ones. Okay, we're going to drive off into the setting sun, and you guys are going to head down to Angus, who's sitting by the dinner.
Wow, welcome back to Phinda, everyone, and I am so excited. This is like the perfect African scene for me. My favorite animals at the perfect time of day. Looks like these are all elephant bulls, and they are frolicking, playing around in the water. You can see that one at the back of screen now. Try and get a look at his tusks. He's very, very magnificent. You see, they're quite a very long set of tusks. A little bit of a stumble there. Sure, this is incredible. This is a sighting that you don't get to see very often. Well, just a sighting of this beauty. I mean, this is incredible. Look how the one is climbing on top of the other one. Looks like a bit of a dominance show going on. And looks like bulls of all ages. They seem to be all of different sizes. I mentioned that one with the massive tusks. He's gone off on his own now. He seems to be moving away from the water. While the other bulls, which seem a little bit younger, they seem to be carrying on playing. See, this one that's just going in now is a lot lighter. He hasn't been in the water yet. I'm sure he might go swimming now too. And these elephants won't necessarily be with each other all the time. So elephant bulls will sometimes be in little groups, what we call a bachelor group, and then depends on how old they are as well. Often older elephants will be very content moving around on their own. They're quite comfortable on their own. And then sometimes the ones that have just been kicked out of the herd by the matriarchs, they would need to then they would then sometimes form smaller groups of younger elephants. Beautiful to have those hippos in the background as well. I suppose in the foreground, quite a big pod of hippos too. See if Owen can maybe strap onto them for us. Wow. Magic. So what I'm thinking now, let's just, in the next few moments, just try and listen and take in all the sounds. The hippos are making noise now, all calling to each other. There's bubbling casino frogs going in the background too. Julia, does seem a bit like a jacuzzi. Look how close that hippo is to the right of the elephant as well. I think the hippo wants to get in the jacuzzi too. You see it there? I think maybe those elephants disturbed where it was initially resting. You see it's actually backing up away from them. And it definitely seems like these elephants weren't just in the water to cool themselves down. They're definitely just playing. Having a little bit of a tussle. I mentioned before we had that little silent patch that often younger bulls will form little groups and move around together for a while. And I think these probably are some younger bulls, having seen them playing and pushing each other around so much. Jamie, elephants and hippos don't seem to ever fight, no. And the reason being is that hippos always seem to give way for elephants. I think they know that they're a lot smaller and a lot more insignificant than what elephants would be. And so whenever an elephant gets too close to a hippo, well, whenever I've seen it at least, it always seems like the hippos will move away from the elephants to try and keep themselves safe. And it does seem to boost the elephant's ego a little bit. I remember one particular sighting, is probably my best sighting ever in the bush. Is a lot more happened, but I was initially there and there were some hippos, and then elephants arrived to try and have a drink, and they purposely ran at the hippos and chased them into the water, and then they seemed so happy with themselves. I think it must be nice being the biggest land animal on earth. I'm wondering if these four might stay together for a while now. Bulls will sometimes move around together after they've met up, and then they'll break apart again, but I think it's possible that they would, especially if they're of a similar age. I know the one with the big tusks that I mentioned at the beginning, it's difficult to tell actually how old they are from this distance. Often we'll look at their eyes and the depression above the eyes, but looking at the size of the two out of the water, it looks like they may carry on moving around together, but that one with the big tusk looks like he's keen to get moving on his own. So from these elephants we're going to send you over to Josh with some antelope at Tswalu.
Check out how carefully he's hidden though. Okay, Beaks, are we missing something?
Welcome back. We've just repositioned a little bit so we can hopefully get a little bit more of the animals inside one seam. Not like it wasn't good enough already. You can see two of those bulls really going for it now. It's funny how they seem to play for a few moments, then they'll stop and just stand around for a little while in the water and then carry on pushing each other. See that one seems to be drinking now. Look at that squirting water into his mouth. Elephants will typically drink over 100 liters of water a day. So after quite a warm day today, it must be nice to have a bit of a swim in the evening. And you see how they were standing up? So they're probably actually lying down under the water. They won't float, being such big, dense animals, so they'll just let their feet collapse underneath them. I see a hippo's yawning in the foreground now. So awesome. I think let's just keep it wide for a few moments to see if... See, there's one younger hippo that's yawned a little bit. I was mentioning how the elephants would probably collapse their feet underneath them to be able to stand up and then lie down. The purple-crested turako calling now. It's so amazing to have all this water on the reserve. Sometimes even in the rainy months this dam doesn't fill up at all. So it's a pleasure to be able to have scenes like this now, after all the rain we've had this year. You can imagine how good it is for these elephants as well to be in the water for so long. Any parasites that may be on them would likely let go. It would just help clean them so much. You can get an idea of how complex elephants are in terms of their mood and their social status and their hierarchies among different elephants like we've seen here. A whole lot of bulls in one place. I mentioned how they might form a brief bachelor herd. It definitely seems like these two are playing. It's not a serious fight at all. Elephants very often will fight. It's usually like if one elephant is a lot bigger than another one, then the smaller one will give way and the bigger one will get the right to mate with a nearby female, which would basically be the only reason for elephants to fight. Wow, I've just seen a hippo come right out of the water.
I'm just going to see, there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's what I'd like to.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it? Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle.
When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a WildEarth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Like I said earlier, we're going to be heading down to where the Birmingham Pride was seen this morning. And I'm getting here just after the sun is gone behind the Drakensberg mountain. And then what's very interesting and amazing is if you look between the Birmingham Pride lying at the edge of this waterhole, they didn't move far from where they were this morning. What surprises me is now they've been joined by the Birmingham young male, which I didn't see that happen last night or 2 nights ago. Some of the other guides or rangers saw the 2 Ross males chasing this Birmingham young male so bad, and yesterday, we couldn't find him. And then the very interesting thing, the Birmingham Pride has never been seen for like 3-4 days. How did he know where they are and then came all the way to find them here? It's very amazing, like the senses that they have and good sense of smell, hearing, to walk. This is a distance, talking distance-wise, maybe 5-6 kilometers where he was last seen, being chased by the 2 Ross males. And then what I found interesting, when they were chasing him, he didn't come in this direction. He went in a complete different direction from... Yeah, we're going to sit here and see if these animals move, because they're now lying here not doing much. Otherwise, we're gonna go off to Pride Land and see what they have for us. Join us later.
You won't believe what we just saw. We were like walking around, leaving the area, then it's getting dark now, and we decided to just like walk here in the case we see her tracks or something. We saw Lagatha climbing up that fig tree over there. She had blood on her forearms. I'm certain she's got a kill somewhere in there. I'm not sure why she was climbing the tree. But we were walking and we didn't see her, and then all of a sudden I looked up and I saw a tree branches moving, and I knew, like, that's weird. And I just had to grab Eva by the shoulder and I said, "Lion, lion. She's right up there. Now, we're not going to follow her up there because we saw her again. I'm so sorry we couldn't get to you. Our signal was just a bit wobbly. But she's there right now." Amazing. And it's my last walk as well. I'm going away for a couple of weeks, so this was the perfect send-off. My hands are shaking, Eva. That was so exciting. We were like leopard crawling to try and get a view. We really wanted to show you all. But she's moved on. I'm sure she's managed to catch maybe a zebra foal or or something like that. She's down in that saddle there now somewhere, probably hunkering down. She didn't see us when we first saw her, and she was like lying down on the tree like a leopard with one leg. There she is, there she is, there she is. Crouch down, crouch, crouch, crouch. She's coming into the tree. I wasn't expecting her to do this. We're kind of standing in the open at the moment. But you can see the blood on her paws. Unreal, don't move. Everyone stay still. She doesn't know we're here. She literally has no idea. How insane is this? We're on walk. We're probably 40 meters from this lion right now. How is it possible? She doesn't know we're here. She's definitely got a carcass. That's so intense. Can you all see it? I hope you can see her. It's just the back that we can see now, but we can see her tail moving. She's been feeding, I think, and now she's taking a break from feeding, and she's just sitting up on this rocky outcrop in order to get a view. Checking the surrounding area, but we're luckily just in the right spot. That her head is behind a branch, so she can't see us. What I want to get us to do just now, Johan, is move behind that bush there so she can't see us. This is insane, but don't worry, everyone. She's got food up there. She's got safety up there. There's very little chance that she's going to want to come down here to where we are. I'm more worried that we'll accidentally chase her off. I really wasn't expecting to find her. And she literally doesn't know we're here. That's why we're standing very still. This is why I love the bush. Anything can happen at any time. Just see her tail moving with that excited movement that young lions do. Now, if this is like a thing, which I'm pretty sure, 99% sure it is, she's probably just over 2 years old, 2.5. Still fairly young. I'm just going to use my binoculars for a moment. That's amazing. She's literally lying on that tree like a leopard. I know that it must be quite difficult for you. I'm trying to zoom in like that, but did you ever think that you were going to see a lion on forever? Incredible. Okay. Volson, it's really awesome. Okay, what we're going to try and do now, just to make sure that she doesn't accidentally see us, is just move slowly across, very slowly and quietly, behind this bush over here. Okay? Maybe if you can, Evo, just do. Quietly. That's fine. Okay, wonderful. We're behind the bushes now. So we're going to send you to Tswalu in the meantime. She's getting up. She's just going to get up. I'll link you to Tswalu in a second. Okay, no, she's just settling down. Okay, we'll send you over to Tswalu.
Road a little bit. You'll see we've got a couple of broken melons just in this little stretch. Now, these melons are more than half gone, which leads me to wonder what could the culprit be. Now, tracks-wise, we've got hyena, we've got jackal, there's gemsbok in the area. So you have to wonder who's been chomping on these melons and leaving behind half a melon every time. Obviously, your Djuma melon, meaning speckled water, is a huge water source in the desert. Once they go yellow, if they're buried underground, they can last up to a year without going off, which is quite an incredible thing. Oh, PK's found another one. We've just got no shortage. There's that coloration we're looking for. But as you can see, it just seems to be absolute carnage. So definitely one of those times where we do wonder, who did it? Who is the guilty party? I've read 1 or 2 research papers on brown hyenas where they've been recorded eating up to 10 Djuma melons in a night to satisfy their thirst. So although this isn't 10, it's about 7 or 8, it does make you wonder, who is our guilty party? Sun is slowly starting to set. Sun is slowly starting to set here, and we are landing up with what has all the promise of being a spectacular sunset here at Tswalu. Got roughly about 25 minutes until the sun is fully set. So, should be a lovely one. We'll sit and ponder a little longer. Who stole and ate all our Djuma melons?
As you can see, something got that male's attention. He's looking up in the sky. There's quite a number of vultures around. I think because these animals look so full, we don't really know where they killed whatever they ate, but maybe these vultures were just waiting here because they spotted the lions in the day. They were hoping these lions have something to eat where they are, but it seems like the vultures have noticed there's nothing around here. That's why some of them, they start flying away from this area because the sun is gone and it starts getting dark. Some of these vultures might have chicks back in the nest, so this is where the vultures can be heading. So I saw quite a few of them flying off. As you see, these lions were just lying flat, but as soon as the vultures took off, and then they draw the lion's attention, that's why they got up. Maybe they thought something else is coming, or another lion, especially for that male, because the big ross males are looking for him, so that's why he got up immediately when he see the vultures flying off. He was thinking maybe the lions or the ross males are approaching, that's why. Wow, that's nice, Jon. Yeah, I thought they were approaching, that's why he got up and looked around. As you can see, he's checking all around the area to see if they're not around this area. Because sometimes he's also growing big now, 4.5 towards 5 years. He's getting to the stage where he will be able to fight for himself. Because the two males will just attack him when they're together. If it's only one of them, now they know he's getting older and then he'll defend himself against one. So they'll try approach or attack him when they're together. They know they stand more chance to push him away from the pride. I was just talking now that young white male sitting in front of him, he just went flat now, is reaching maturity, and there's another young male lying behind this Birmingham young male, and they reaching maturity. So if time comes, the chances are, if he's still around, they might as well join him and form a coalition, which will be really good, most especially for the white one, because he will have company. Unlike this young Birmingham male we can see with a bit of a mane sitting in the middle of the pride, because he's the only male cub that survived in his litter. So if it was more than one male, then it was going to be better for him. I don't think he'll be trying to sneak in and come back to the pride by now, because he's reached that stage of being in a nomadic stage, but he doesn't want to leave because he knows his chances are very slim. If he come across other lions that are different, he might get killed as well. So he'd rather be in here, like he knows the tourist males are with the other group or others half of this pride on the western side, as we saw them earlier this afternoon. So the safety thing for him to do, he knew, is to try and look for the other part of the pride and join them. It will be much safer for him to be on this side than being with the group where the two big males are, because he knows his chances are getting injured by those males or get killed. Because even now, he had one leg that we thought it was broken last year. Well, Mia, that's very lucky to see that white lion. I'm really impressed. You spotted the color different to this white lion, these lions that are lying here. And then if you look across towards the front, there's another one that's sitting up, and then second one, and the third one is also a white one. This is a recessive genes of which it doesn't happen very often. So that white lion is just a recessive gene of which is difficult, though, that it has to be both male and female that have the genes to have something like this. I'm really happy to see these lions, because this is 2 of 3 white lions that still exist out in the wild, in the whole world. There are still white lions in captivity, and then these are the only 2 that you can see out in the wild. So that's very, very lucky to see this. So yeah, he's definitely white, but it's not like things like we know as albino, but these are just recessive gene. He's a normal lion like the others. See, the one just got up and get some water there. They're so happy because they've got full bellies and they're close to water. These lions are very lazy, especially when they're full like this. You can see he might as well go back to lie down, not far from where she was, because they've got full bellies. Just a few steps and she'll look for a place to lie down again. So they must be happy. They're lying next to the water while they've got full bellies, so they don't have to walk far to go to drink if they feel like going to drink. Must be a bit of flies there, as you can see the tail swishing every now and then, trying to chase the flies away. This is a beautiful spot if you look across above the waterhole. That looks just like a glass, but it's all the water, and then with the sun going down, that looks beautiful. And then on the background, you can see the tree that's got a big nest that looks like an eagle's nest, but it's not. That nest belongs to red-billed buffalo weavers, of which the buffalo weavers make this stick nest. Those are stick nests with small colonies, of which is multiple weavers living in there, but they have small apartments. It's like people living in a big house, and then have this small apartment. Unfortunately, the bears are not there, but I can be able to show you in my book. I don't know if you'll be able to see. This is what the bed looks like, the red-billed buffalo weaver. So it's known as one of the small five. If you've never heard of the small five, this is one of them. And then the rest, we've got the elephant shrew, the ant lion, rhino beetle, leopard tortoise, and this buffalo weaver. So it's very interesting because people talk about the buffalo, the big five all the time. And then we also have what we call the small five, and that will be one of them. And these are the bears that built that nest that I was talking about just now. Yeah, normally 2.5, 3 years, they matured enough to start showing sign of dominancy, and then this is when they get pushed away. Just like I mentioned earlier, this male in the middle there is really lucky to be still with the pride. By now, he's supposed to be by himself as a nomadic lion, but he's just fighting for his life because he knows he's alone, so his chances are very slim that he's going to live longer. He might get killed not too long if he leaves the pride and travel by himself. It's interesting though, he's still with the pride. Like, he's one of 2 cubs that survived from a litter of 7. And the rest died of mange during heavy drought about 4 or 5 years ago. And what the behavior that I've seen with her sister is very unusual. I've never seen anything like that before, because when they were 3, say 2.5, 3 years, the sister will leave the pride when this male has been pushed out of the pride by the 2 roast males. The sister will leave the pride. Okay, we're going to sit with these lions and see if they get up and move for us while we're sitting here, and then we're going to go over to Tswalu and watch this beautiful sunset.
So folks, we thought we'd beat the sunset, and we have. Decided to park on a dune top and just enjoy the colors. Although it is still a few minutes until the sun has truly set, I think that is a view worth having, even if just for a moment. Coming out of the Easter long weekend and back into the chaos, we thought we'd give you one last peaceful sight, just for a few minutes before the chaos of a new week begins. Nothing quite like the sun slowly going down between the Coronaberg Mountains, I must say. Cloud cover is nice and thick, so we should get some beautiful colors reflected against the clouds this evening. Lots of golden light around us. Did have a chuckle at BK. He says to me, it's way too early for this golden light. And he kind of looked at his watch, and we both realized that sunset was only 20 minutes away. So there you have it. As you can see, that stunning golden light, all the inflorescence of the grasses. We're got about 14 minutes to sunset here, and it is a stunning vista. There we see our giant sun slowly coming out of the clouds there. And so the change of the shifts approaches. As always, a land of contrasts. It's funny, most guides are photographers, folks, and the golden light is something incredibly important to us. And it's something that just takes your photos to that next level. And I still remember the gentleman that taught me the most about the golden light. It's actually his birthday today. So somewhere out there there's a man called Badger who taught me everything I know, or a huge part of what I know about the golden light. And this is where it is. Well, good evening, Lilypan. Always a pleasure to hear from you. And I agree, it is a stunning composition. A big difference between the landscape and the sunset. I'll be very keen to see if we land up with any pinks or reds and purples this evening around that sunset. Obviously, still a few moments before that's going to potentially become a reality. We've got 12 minutes to the sunset, but it is stunning. You just see those inflorescence glowing there. It's another terrible day in Africa, folks. But I really do like my office, I must admit. That's the road we will drive into the sunset. Can't go wrong with a good sunset, folks. I do wonder, those with a gift with words, those with a gift with capturing the images, I wonder if we ever truly do justice to the beauty that is nature. I mean, we're sitting here, we're listening, and we're witnessing something incredible. And I think as long as you appreciate it, you don't have to be able to capture it, because your memory will never forget it. Yeah, slow down, listen to the sounds of nature, and then just enjoy those last few moments before the sun sets, the shift changes, and a whole new world comes alive. So I think we're going to sit right where we are. We're going to enjoy the sunset. But for now, we're going to send you across to Steve for an update. Enjoy.
Thanks, Josh. Well, we haven't managed to track down our lions. We went to go see if Mawati was on his kill. Still had a little bit of meat, but he didn't come. And then One of the guides said that the elephants were going crazy over here. Obviously, someone's also told us that there's elephants on the dam. Dam cam, that is. So we're almost certain that the lions in this block, elephant, lion into action, chasing each other around. It becomes very hard to track them when they get chased around by elephants. So we've got to listen and just take it nice and slowly. What's that? Those look like some small little animals there that are not lions. Honey badgers, honey badgers. Honey badgers, everybody. Honey badgers. Sorry, Elton, I did not get those comms. It is very exciting right now. 2 honey badgers have just run across the road. Oh, no. I saw them. You saw them, didn't you, Morgan?
I saw them.
These 2 honey badgers have been giving me a hard time. I just saw the eyes, and then they lifted their tail and they ran. You all got as excited. I don't know if you got as excited as me, everybody, but I saw them. That makes my day. Okay, we can go home now. Bye. I'm only joking, we're not going anywhere. They've run into where the lions are. So now we're going to listen to the lions.
Yeah, go ahead, buddy. No, I'm at Fremont people. Heading north.
Okay, well, we're going to listen for those honey badgers to chase the lions out of the thickets. But andBeyond and Ngala doesn't have to wait for that because they've already got their own.
Well, this is what I was hoping for. As you can see now, earlier on, this male was lying in the middle of the pride, but now he's just decided he's gonna go up and stretch, and then now he's lying out in the open so that we can have a better view of him. As you can see, he looks really beautiful with that mane, even though he's not like fully matured. Maybe still another year and a half, then he'll have like a full and beautiful mane, just like the Turos males. By then, if he's still around, I think the chances are he might be ready to go somewhere else and defend other male lions and take over the pride. With the luck of these young males that are here with this pride, they might as well move out of this Birmingham pride together and go somewhere else and try fight other males and take over the pride. This is lions will learn to hunt at a very young age. As we saw those cubs earlier on, they were just playing there. This is part of learning to hunt, but normally they'll participate once they're a year old, when the adults are hunting. This is when they start doing like a real participation on a hunt. It seems like he's relaxed now, unlike the last 2 days when the guys saw him being chased by the 2 Ross males. So he's going to settle down now because they're quite far from where he is. And then by tomorrow morning he might be still with the pride, even if they're not here. But we'll try look for them and see if he's still around. But you never know with these animals. The Ross males cover a huge distance. They might start traveling and leave the rest of the pride and try to look for this Birmingham pride with the 2 white lions, because they've never been or haven't been with this pride for quite some time. So if they happen to be with this pride, and then unfortunately we're not going to be able to see this young male, because as soon as they get here, then they will definitely chase him out, and then he's going to be alone for the next few days again, he might loop around because he will know they with this pride, and then he might join the rest of the pride where the Ross males will leave to come join here, and then he might other way around and then go up and join the other pride. And then if we happen to see the other pride, we might see them with him while the Ross males are with Birmingham Pride with the 2 white lions. And I'm just hoping that they don't come this side, because he looks a bit hungry. If they're able to hunt and catch something, he might get something to eat. Yeah, let's sit here another 10-15 minutes and then see if they do something. Otherwise, if they don't, we're going to have to go somewhere else and try to find something else.
On the 27th of April, WildEarth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what WildEarth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that? Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Got the lions. Okay, hang on everybody. There's too many of us here, so we're going to move back. Copy Rex, I'll move out. I'll stand by Gary Dam. Okay, so it seems everybody was looking for the lions, and now we found them. Now there's too many vehicles, so we're going to go away and go do something else for a little while. This is where we had honey badgers 2 minutes ago. Sure, Elton, your comms are not coming through to me at all, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to... My earpiece is getting blocked again. Okay, well, we're going to go around towards the dam again, and we're going to send you back over to Lauren.
This is probably the sweetest thing you will see all day. This chameleon, the one we've been visiting, is actually sleeping. He's got his eyes closed. Oh. That is so sweet. He's falling asleep. Oh, because normally you can see their small little eye. He's so relaxed. He's sleeping. Now, we do talk about their color quite a lot. It's very little to do with camouflage, and it's all to do with communication and thermoregulation. We know that. And I mentioned the Namakwa chameleon that Davy and I saw in Namibia, and because that chameleon, that species, has to face such extreme desert climates, they're black. Mostly when it's cold, because they need to absorb all the heat that they can get, and they can actually go really, really pale when it's hot, and they want to reflect the heat. But the fascinating thing I discovered recently is that some chameleons in Madagascar actually have special tubercles in their bones that fluoresce under UV light. So I believe it's around 31 species of chameleons. It's the Kalumas chameleons. And when they exposed them to UV light, there was specific areas, especially around the face, where there's bony protrusions. I don't know if Davy, if you can zoom in again, if we'll get to see any of those bony protrusions around the face. When you look at a chameleon's face, it's quite obvious. There's bony parts and little crests. And around those areas in UV light, there was patterns of fluorescence. Isn't that amazing? And it's only been recently discovered, and no one actually knows why. I would imagine it's a form of communication. I think that's the best guess. So it's almost like an extension of their color changing abilities. They can sort of communicate, or maybe even sexual selection. I believe the study also showed that the males have more tubercles than the females, so they glow more. Maybe it's even for competing. But they glow. 31 species from Madagascar glow under UV light. My heart is actually melting here. It's fully, fully asleep. And going back to the UV light thing, chameleons also have to be able to see in UV light. Spas, oh, what a question. Davy and I are absolutely in love with chameleons right now after spending time with the Namakwa in Namibia. And I did mention this the other night, but the Parsons chameleon is the biggest chameleon from Madagascar. That's definitely on my bucket list. I'd love to see the dwarf leaf chameleon, which is smaller than my pinky nail. But there's also the panther chameleon from Madagascar. You must Google it. They're just fantastic looking chameleons. But I think the Parsons is on my bucket list at the very, very top. Oh, I wonder what he's dreaming about. I think he's dreaming about insects. He must be so relaxed with our presence. We don't have any lights on him. We don't have any lights on the car. So there's, going back to the UV light, they are able to see in UV light. So they are communicating in ways that us humans and our visual spectrum cannot see. Constantly communicating through a light that's not visible to us, through a wavelength, that's not visible to us, and that's UV light. So that study showed that if chameleons glow, if they fluoresce, then there would be absolutely no point in them doing that if other chameleons couldn't see it. So they have to be able to see in UV light. I'd love to spend the day as a chameleon and just wonder for a moment how they navigate, how they see, how they process all of that visual information. They really are just the best. And the sun's just gone down, and of course, he's already sleeping. And you can see all the scales, all the patterns on the body. Mia, you're asking, do they turn black in the dark? No, they don't actually. They go much paler in the dark. So they're already green. You don't need to worry about that. They're already camouflage. But as I mentioned earlier, thermoregulation is a big part. So because it's cold at night, I've even got my jacket on, and the chameleons are ectothermic. They rely very heavily on solar radiation and warmth. He's reducing his metabolism right now. So he's lightened his colour. That's why we say that they glow in the dark, but they're not actually glowing in the dark. He's just very light in colour because that's his period of rest. He's diurnal. So at night time, he reduces his metabolic activity. He goes whitish in colour, and he goes to sleep. So they don't go black. Normally, when the flapneck chameleon displays black patches is when he's angry or upset or not happy with something. But that's how we find them in nighttime, because they really stand out against the vegetation in our spotlight. And then, of course, we turn the spotlight off and we just view them through infrared. It's just so peaceful. Spas, I hope you Googled all those chameleons I just told you about. And you're blown away by them. There's the Johnston's three-horned chameleon as well. That's also on my bucket list. You find that in Uganda, and it's actually got 3 incredibly sharp horns. I've just showed it to Davy, and his mouth hit the floor. Is that on your bucket list now, Dav? It is. Alison, yes, I have. They are fantastic hunters. They stay remarkably still. They cling on with those little fork sort of fingers and toes, and they have a telescopic tongue. It's almost like an elastic recoil that just propels out their mouth, and it can reach great speeds in a nanosecond, and it's very, very sticky. So, of course, they can catch any insect that's nearby. Davy actually has a wonderful video on his Instagram of a Namakwa chameleon hunting. You should all check it out. It's in slow-mo, so you can see the great detail of this really long tongue uncoiling, powerful muscle jetting out, catching the worm and going back in again. It's really spectacular to see. They don't need speed. They don't need to stalk. They don't need to ambush. They just need to stay remarkably still, be camouflage, and dart out that tongue. It shoots out like an unfolding telescope. Bam! And the poor prey doesn't have any choice. It's believed that the end of the chameleon's tongue, the very, very tip, is actually covered in specialized glands that almost act like a suction cup. So not only is it sticky, not only is it fast and strong, it's also got a little suction cup at the end. And that's what sort of fastens around the prey. But I think the country with the most chameleons in the world is Madagascar. And they're mostly endemic. Bailey, you're asking, do they automatically hold the branch when they're sleeping? Yes. So he's gripping on. They've also got a prehensile tail, as well as very sort of accurate little long toes. They hold their fingers and their toes in a specific way that they're able to have quite a grasp. They've got an extremely good grasp, and they hold on the entire time that they're sleeping, which is very sweet. But they also will grip on with their tail as well. Their tail can assist them in holding on to the branches. So each of their feet, if you like, is not fingers, have 5 toes, and they've got really prominent claws, so the claws will help them grasp on as well. And they normally arrange it so that they've got 3 toes on one side and 2 on the other, and that's what gives a sort of tongue-like structure. He hasn't opened his eyes, not once. This is a very, very special sighting. We are going to let this guy continue dreaming about insects, and we're going to send you guys across to Ngala for an update. Sorry about that. Don't quite know what happened over in Ngala, but I'm sure they'll be back with us shortly. We haven't actually moved. We're just watching this little guy, and I keep saying little guy. That's actually very naughty of me because we don't know if it's a male or female. With the flat-necked chameleons, the males are actually said to have a small little projection on the back of each foot. And they call this a spur on the back feet, the hind legs, sorry. And the function's pretty unknown, but it's really not that easy to see. I would not say that that is a great way to tell the difference between male and female. It's very, very tricky in the flat-necked chameleons. Can we have a little view of the hind leg stuff? Yeah, I don't think we would be able to see that tiny little projection even if it was there. But I do keep saying he. I'm not sure why. It definitely could also be a female. Although the flap size in the flat-necked chameleon, it varies across the populations, and it's said that it's dependent on sex and stage of life. So the males will have a much bigger flap, and of course the adult males will have an even larger flap than the juvenile males. It's also very difficult to tell right now. Well, see, I'm not sure how to define the strength of the tail, I'm afraid. It's very strong. Already mentioned it's got a prehensile ability, so it's able to curl around and grasp onto branches for support and balance, especially when hunting. I use that word loosely. But I'm not sure how to determine strength of the tail, I'm afraid. It's strong. I'm going to go with strong. There's equal length to the body as well for the flap necks, not for all chameleons. And the Makwa chameleon tail is really, really short and slightly bizarre looking. It looks odd next to the bulbous body, but for the flap necks, the tail is equal length to that of the body per individual. Now, we are very close to the hyena dens. This is where this little chameleon lives. We checked. A few of the cubs are out, but sadly no adults. So I think maybe it's time to go back round and check. What do you think, Toby? Okay, I'm not going to turn any of my lights on, which is going to make navigating out of here rather tricky. I don't even want to put the presenter light on. So you're going to see me, well, I'm going to be very dark. Okay, Dobby's shown me the way. There you go. Our cars don't have reverse lights. Dobby, you're a superstar. Making sure that nothing is behind us. I would feel too guilty wakening up that chameleon. Ah, there we go, Dobby. I think we've made it. Can put my dim lights on. There we go. Good night, little chameleon. Sephora, by moisture, yes, every animal requires water in one way, shape, or form. And even the chameleons in the Namib Desert, what was so fascinating about that experience was there's very little water. You get a lot of salt spray from the ocean, but otherwise very little water. And it's a desert with a really extreme climate, and you wonder how on earth can these organisms survive. And when you go to the Namib Desert, at least along the Skeleton Coast, every morning there's a fog. There's a really thick fog coming in. And of course, fog is suspended water droplets. You can't really touch it. You can't really feel it. But if you look at your camera or maybe your glasses or your phone, you get condensations because it's very minuscule drops of water suspended in the air. And believe it or not, that is how life in the desert survives, from the droplets of water from the fog that end up accumulating. So if you look at just a small apple leaf tree, a juvenile apple leaf tree, and sort of the water droplets, which are minuscule, all sit all on that tree. Individually, that would be a very small volume of water. Couldn't even feel it or see it. But collectively, that's a lot of water when you put it all together. And that's actually how all these organisms survive. And there's a special Namib beetle that collects the water droplets from the fog in the air, the moisture in the air, on his body. And it's so minuscule, but he's able to funnel it. The exoskeleton is designed in such a way that it funnels down into the beetle and he's able to drink it. Specialized adaptations to living in the desert is fascinating. So all the moisture for the desert comes from the fog, which is really mind-blowing. So yes, to go back to your question, chameleons do require moisture. They will get that from the vegetation, from the rain, from... I can put all my lights on now, it's a bit better. And yes, from the food that they eat. So they eat insects. And within the insects that they eat, there will be liquid. They will get moisture from the food that they eat. But most organisms do require water of some sort to survive. Okay, we're making our way to den number 3. I don't quite know how it's going to go here. Please be there, Djuma Clan. Please, please. Okay, we have arrived at our destination. I'm always just a little bit cautious here. These cubs come leaping and bounding towards the vehicle sometimes. I see eye shine. Which means I'm going to kill the lights. And Davi, have you got a view from here, you think? Don't actually know, we're in the dark. Oh, good evening. I have some sleepy peepees here, that's for sure. Oh, cuteness overload. Okay, I'm just going to scan around for an adult. I have a funny feeling that there is not one adult around. Just give me a moment. We're in the dark after all. No adults. Breaks my heart every single time. Okay, Davi, are you ready to bumble on?
Yep.
You're just taking for an adult there. I'm trying our hardest to spend time with this clan. Okay. Am I all good behind? Yep. Okay, bye guys. I imagine an adult will come at some point, but sadly, not right now. Although Ngwazi and Shimbulu are 1 year old, they are probably absolutely fine at spending time without an adult. There's of course lots of different age groups. And Ntima's son is very young, and therefore that means we can't spend time without an adult, unfortunately. Now, I believe the lions are somewhere that side, so we're going to head to the other side and see if we can pick up on signs of anyone else. And not wake up the chameleon, of course. Okay, so wish us luck. It's getting chilly, and of course the nocturnal predators are going to be out and about, and I hope to find one.
Nestled on the banks of one of the largest lakes in the Sabi Sands lies an award-winning game lodge called Tswalu. Many of you will have been on safari here virtually with WildEarth, but now we are offering you the chance to see it for yourself in person. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of April, and you and a friend could win 3 nights to this luxury lodge. In addition to the unforgettable safaris, you can unwind on the deck, relax in the pool, and even savor the various bush dining experiences. Tswalu's holistic approach to hospitality, with specific emphasis on conservation, will leave you with the very best memories of the African wild. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia miaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
We have just found another chameleon, but we're going to let it sleep. They're becoming really visible. I did mention this last night, but I do think it's because the bush is thinning out a little bit. Trees are dropping their leaves, and a lot of the grasses are now dying due to the temperatures, the difference in season. But yes, chameleons are just everywhere. Okay, let's see what else we can find. The faster you drive, the colder it is. I am looking forward to winter in some respects. The game viewing will be slightly easier for us. I think a lot of the dams will still retain water. But of course, the absence of summer just also makes me a little bit sad. But it's normal, that's the circle of life. The seasons will continue to change. Summer will be back around again before we know it, I'm sure. I haven't seen a leopard yet, can you believe it? Well, we did see the mating pair briefly yesterday. But my leopard luck is out. We got extremely lucky with that battle-eared chick today. That was definitely my highlight. And the pangolin. I mean, that's the luckiest day of all. But I do miss the leopards. Davi, where should we go? Up Zoe's?
Yes.
Yes, let's do Zoe's. The leopards have started to use Zoe's again, and we found a civet the other night on Zoe's. Not that I think we're going to find it again, but you never know. Civets are wonderful, wonderful animals. We've actually got a resident civet in camp that's not entirely habituated, but fairly habituated. Wildflower, you're asking about the cat's foot pads, I think. Generally, yes. All the cats have the same shapes. Different sizes, of course, but yes, they have the same shaped foot pads. They're all grouped together for unique characteristics that make them felines. If you compare a lion to a domestic cat, if any of you have cats at home, it's really not that different. Other than size, of course, and the damage they can do to you. But Davi and I were actually just chatting earlier. When you talk about a lion or a leopard's claws, you normally say retractable, because people, well, they do. Once they come out, they do retract back inside. But actually, you've got to think about the muscular activity that's happening there. The resting position for a cat is to be inside. When the claws are out, that's not resting. That's a muscular contraction that's taking place when they're ready to attack or ambush, or if it's a domestic cat, then they're going to scratch your face. And the muscular contraction pushes it out of its resting position, so it protracts. And then, of course, when it's ready to go back inside, the muscle relaxes, and then it goes back into that protective sheath. So retractable claws isn't actually the correct term. You probably should say protractable claws, because it's all to do with the resting position of the claws and those muscular contractions that happen. I believe the Vov is back in action, so we're going to send you over to him.
We are indeed. We're hoping Mwati, our male leopard, shall return to his carcass up the tree that is hanging precariously by a thread. So for graphic viewers, please look away now. There is a dead pig hanging there. Still a fair bit of meat. Surprised he hasn't come back to claim it yet. Never true, they can probably smell it. They can probably smell meat on your breath or meat in the blood. So I reckon some animals are able to sense those sort of things. But I don't really know if it's prey animals. I don't think they look at you and immediately smell that. They definitely look at the position of your eyes. Eye position on an animal indicates hunter or hunted. Eyes at the front, binocular eyes, are those given to predators, and prey animals have the eyes on the side of their head. That's for the most part. So that identification, I think, is quite important. The purpose of them being on the side of the head is to see danger coming from all around. Doesn't give them binocular vision, but gives them quite a big peripheral vision, whereas predators are able to focus more attention on a target, probably gives them more depth. Now, Davy and I waited here last night. We had our patience pants on, and it paid off. We've been here already once, and we didn't have anything. So I'm sure we can wait a few more minutes, see what materializes. Kath, it really depends. I mean, he might have made another kill. He's eaten a fair amount of it since last night, so he's not hungry. He might also have gone on a bit of a jaunt. But it's not uncommon to have left it this long. But I'm sure he's going to be back soon. He'll be back this evening anyway. He might have made another kill, and he could be in a tree not so far away, feeding on a fresher carcass. It's not uncommon for leopards to stash and hoist a number of kills. You don't always see it. It's not uncommon. But it's always interesting to see a warthog up the tree. So often impalas, isn't it? Yard Ngala. And every now and again a young giraffe. It's always quite surprising. Keep scanning around because sometimes hear little noises in the grass. But it's a very still evening. maybe Mawati does want to play nicely like he did last night. We had the best views last night, didn't we? Best views. They came down the tree. When the other vehicles came to see him, they got to just see a leopard in the long grass. So we're truly blessed with our visuals of him last night. No, Lily-Pan, vultures can't get into the tree. It's too difficult for them to get in there and out. Maybe not impossible, but there's too many branches in the way. Battaliers, possibly, tawny eagle. But vultures would find it difficult to get in and out of that tree. They need open trees to fly into. But then, anything is possible. Okay, well, Lauren's enjoying a nice evening of little things. Let's go see what else she's found.
Not something that I expected, Steve. It's a frog. An amphibian. In the middle of the road. I wonder if it's a sand frog. It's really tricky for us to tell. We're also looking at it through infrared. I think it's a sand frog, and it must be smaller than my thumb.
It's tiny.
It is really small. Look at that. Here's my giant thumb for y'all. Ah. Now, most frogs are nocturnal, not all, but it's cooler. And it means it's not hot, so they definitely avoid dehydration. It's one thing they don't want to do. And they're able to sort of save up all that energy from during the day and become, well, extremely active at night. And just like the chameleons, they have really long, sticky tongues that they use to capture prey. Very similar method. And then when they bring the prey back in that's attached to their tongue from the mucus, from the sticky saliva, they just swallow it whole. For the most part, frogs lack teeth. And how do they also manage to swallow whole? Well, it's not very pleasant. But they use their eyeballs. Yes. They can actually use their eyeballs to push down on the mouth's contents with a special blink. And the eyeballs can help push the food item to the back of the throat and down into the gullet. Imagine we could do that. Yeah, I'm not going to go any further with that thought. It's also, I guess, like a chameleon. I said they don't ambush. I guess in a way they do. They don't stalk on their prey, but they ambush in that they stay remarkably still, don't move a muscle, wait till the prey, be it an ant, be it a worm, be it a dragonfly, gets really, really close and then out with the tongue. So it's ambush predation. Samantha, the biggest frog we get out here is the African bullfrog. It's an incredible frog. It's very, very large. The vocalizations are enormously loud, as you can imagine. But I'm not actually sure of the size of a bullfrog. Definitely bigger than my hands. I'll try and see if I can find the size and weight for you. But that's definitely the biggest species that we get out here in the low belt. And up in Central Africa, I can't actually remember which country it is, they have the Goliath frog. And it's bigger than a small child. It's huge. You must also Google that and have a little look. But I'm sure this is a sand frog, and they are particularly tiny. They're one of the smaller species. We also thought we had a solifuge for you, but, well, that scuttled away. I'm sure some of you would have loved that. Okay, I've just found it for you. African bullfrogs are large. We got that, and they can often weigh more than 2 kilograms. Males may reach around 25 centimeters. And females are typically half this size. There you go. That's the size of the African bullfrog. Sorry, Elton, one more time with that question. Clara, that's a really good question. I don't know how I see these small things. Davi always laughs at me. I see the tiniest things in the bush, but yet I drive past elephants. I don't know. They just catch your eye, I guess. I think I'm used to working underwater, which was a completely different visual requirements, if you like, of course, due to water, the reflection and the reflection of light underwater, and of course you're wearing a mask. And I was always looking for the tiny little shrimps and crabs and nudibranchs and flatworms, corals. So I think I'm not sure.
Rock pooling.
Rock pooling. Rock pooling, yes, Davi's reminded me. I was a big rock pooler when I was a child. I always used to go rock pooling. It was a thing back in the day. Yes, it was cool. And you just used to search around rock pools. You didn't take anything, you didn't touch them, but it was a sort of sport where you got to see what you can find in a rock pool. So yes, thank you, Dobby. That's maybe another reason that I find the small things. But don't ask me to spot an elephant or a giraffe. That's not going to happen. Okay, little froggy, we are going to let you get on with your evening. And we're going to see what else we can find. I'm just going to be careful how I drive here. Thank you, Dobby. Okay, I'm just going to navigate very carefully around this frog, and I believe Steve is on a bit of a mission.
Oh, well, our patience pants have worn out on the male leopard, so we're just going to go and do a little bumble around the boundary. Maybe we'll be lucky with something coming in. And try not to hit another hole. So it seems like he's probably somewhere else, which obviously is counterintuitive. He's somewhere else if he's not here. So let's go see. We might be lucky with something else coming in from the west or the south. It's nice to check our boundaries every now and again, and a lot of movement happens after dark. And it is a lot cooler now than it has been. It's definitely the coldest day of the year, in my opinion. I'll definitely be bringing a second jacket from tomorrow. Morgan will try and remember to bring his first jacket. Gary Main. Check for some tracks coming through. And Lauren's found something a little bit bigger than what she had before.
Just a little bit bigger. Marginally so. I spotted this, don't know. Buffalo. I didn't expect to bump into them on Zoe's road. Well, at least... Can you... Ah, yes, there's more than one. Grazing away. I wonder if it's the same herd that Steve had. There's a lot of buffalo around right now. I was on the Manguleti boundary with Klangula and Nsele yesterday, and there was a mega herd of buffalo. I am talking 500 plus, which is Mara size, coming down from the Manguleti into Bufusuk. There's also other herds that have came in from other directions around about Sydney's Dam, so it could be the same herd that Steve had. And of course we do know that the Talamatis are on the property. I don't actually know where they are right now, but they're on the property. I wonder if they'll be successful with these buffalo tonight. And you can see they're not ready to go down for the night. They're still grazing away. They're still cutting our grass for us. We actually need buffalo around right now to reduce the vegetation. It makes such a difference once a large herd of buffalo have sort of trampled through an area. It's not a minor difference, it's major. I'm not sure if you can hear them, but you can hear them moving through the grass all around us. Jackson, I wouldn't call a buffalo an antelope. Buffalo are very much what we would just call bovids. They're part of the bovine. Good evening. Hello. And the sort of bovidae family, that's why we call them the bovidaes, are they've got hooves, they're ruminants or ruminant vertebrates, and they normally include your buffalo, of course, the African buffalo, and then you get the water buffalo in Asia, bison, and then you get your antelopes, your domestic cattle, your cows. They're all under one group, and that's the bovids. So you wouldn't call a buffalo an antelope, but you can call them both bovids. You can hear them just moving through the grass all around us. It's actually quite eerie. I'm sitting here in the pitch black. All my lights are off. And you can just... Yeah, there you go. Davi's showing you what we can see. We can see absolutely nothing. And then you can just hear the movement of really large animals around you. I think you've got some food in your mouth there. Mm-hmm. Buffalo always make me laugh with their facial expressions, if I can say that. You can see the way that they're chewing the grass there. They are ruminants, so they have that special digestion process, rumination, completely different from ours in every way, shape or form. And they chew the grass very specifically. Their teeth are shaped that way. And of course, their stomach has got to break down cellulose, and cellulose is not easy to break down. Nice views there, Darby. So one stomach has 4 pouches. It's still one stomach. It's just not monogastric, because there's multiple different pouches, and you get the rumen pouch, the reticulum, the omasum, and the abomasum. 4 different pouches with different names that all perform a different function in the rumination process. Humans can't break down cellulose. We're really not good at breaking down cellulose. Matthew, I think I just answered that question, but it's to do with the shape of their flat molars. I'm sure you do see sheep and goats and cows eat the same way, and they're just trying to break down the grass because it's not easy to break down cellulose. They've just got to mash it up. It's almost like a little grinder inside of their mouth. Is there more? I think that's a good idea. Oh, there is. I can hear it. This is a huge herd. I do think it may be the one that Steve had earlier on. And they're moving into the property. The lions were also coming into the property this morning. And lions can hear them. They're noisy. Not only that, this buffalo's very impressed by my vocalization, but they're noisy movers. You can hear them. I can hear them all around my vehicle. Not only will the lions be able to hear them, they're going to be able to smell them. They don't smell bad at all, but they definitely have that odor. You can't mistake a buffalo. So the lions might not see them, but they're going to be able to hear them, and they're definitely going to be able to smell them. Have they all disappeared, Davi? Okay, let me just check with my spotlight around. I think we have to be careful navigating here. I don't know if we have any more to show you. Possibly if we move forward a little bit. I can see eyes shine, but they're very far off into the thicket. You've got one. I think you've got a bottom, Darby. Oh, what's happening there? Okay, oh, Dav, we've got one at about 11 o'clock. Looking at us through the thicket there. And chewing the cud. Jalante, you're saying you must say buffaloes are very photogenic, aren't they just? They pull the funniest faces, obviously. Not intentionally. But I don't think I've ever had a buffalo sighting where I've not chuckled. Elton, I think you did ask a question there. Sorry, I was moving about sexual maturity. I wasn't paying full attention to the question. My bad. Vicky, you're asking about sexual maturity, exactly. So the males, at least, are said to reach sexual maturity around 5, give or take. And on average, young bulls, I can hear a buffalo close to the car. Or it sounds like they're close to the car. On average, young bulls really only get the chance to mate possibly around 7 or 8 years old, and they're estimated to be over that reproductive peak at around 10. So they've got a window of time when they're sort of in their sexual window, I guess, where they can be reproductive. Once they get over that peak, they sort of turn into a dagger boy that we normally see wallowing around. And when they're younger than that, they're either not reproductively ready or they've not got the chance. The females are not giving them the chance. Okay, I think we've lost the visual again. Okay, we're going to drive very carefully out here and hopefully we don't bump into more buffalo.
Graham, I'm just going to see, there's a very good place that I want to see if we can get good signal from there. That's what I'd like to know.
Welcome to dawn in the African bush.
How cool is this? Can you believe it? Those cubs are now only 10 feet from us. Unbelievable.
Elephants chasing wild dogs chasing elephants. Pandemonium!
Watching how WildEarth has grown since 2007 has been truly remarkable. On the 27th of April this year, WildEarth will be turning 14, and we would love to hear from you. Please send us your own special birthday message, which we can share with the rest of the WildEarth family. Maybe you can tell us why you started watching WildEarth, what WildEarth means to you, or you could just send us a very happy birthday. Don't forget, when you want to film yourself, to hold your phone sideways to get the best angle. When you are ready, you can email your videos through to birthday@wildearth.tv.
So in 1998, we had this idea to go and put a live web camera on a waterhole somewhere in the Sabi sands next to the Kruger National Park. And I approached just about every single landowner and everybody thought I was completely crazy until I met Yuri and Pippa Moorman.
We thought it was definitely a fun idea and a worthwhile thing to experiment.
And it immediately became a runaway success. And it gave people all around the world the opportunity to watch a little piece of Africa, day and night. Back in 1998, it was the very early stages of the internet. And all we were able to do was to get a 30-second refreshing JPEG out of that camera. But over time, what we began to do is focus more and more on trying to develop this concept of giving people the opportunity to go on safari.
Even though we live just 500 meters up this hill, we still put the camera on to see what's happening.
Absolutely, we watch it ourselves.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the live safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
We managed to catch up with some more. This herd is huge. Really, really big herd. They're all the way along Zoe's Road. You can just see the eye shine as you're driving. Now, buffaloes in breeding herd normally are not really dangerous. They're not what you have to worry about. The reputation for buffaloes being dangerous is, of course, the Daga boys, the lone, angry, grumpy, sore, older bulls. Is this bull wearing a necklace? Yes. Oh, have you taken it off? That was very pretty. A little tiara, maybe. Oh, no, still there. Doesn't she just look glamorous? A little bit of glamour in the bush. Okay, let me just put my spotlight on. Oh, Davy to the other side. They've all decided to have a little conference on the other side. A little lie down, it seems. It's been a long day. At least in a herd life, you're noisy, you're obvious. You can't keep a herd quiet. You're smelly, but at least you're protected, and your presence is also diluted. A lion's going to come and attack. Is it going to be you? Well, it might be, it might not be. That's the rest of the herd here. Just make sure you're not left behind on your own. Wow, what a drive. I think the highlight, as I've already said, was definitely our brand new Battle-Ear chick, who has been welcomed to this world, and I'm sure we'll try and visit it every single day, or at least I know I will. Elephants, buffalo, lots of lions all over. I think we were only missing the leopard. But thank you everyone for jumping on board, all your wonderful comments and questions. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night for now.